Malort.
Hello, hello, hello. My name is Neurobeat, and on and I write games for fun. So what are we doing today? Writing. We're going to be, writing. Hello, loudest car physically possible. The best part about living right next to the road is that you get to hear every single person. It's great. I love it. So what happened in the meantime, to kind of give you all a basic understanding, went over to the Badge of Purgatory, kind of what cop work kind of looks like. You shut down your fucking car. Kind of what police work looks like. Kind of the idea of like, hey, a lot of police was actually kind of privatized in the 40s and 50s. Because everyone hated the police, so we just privatized it because that's what people wanted. However, you know, when the UN kind of came in, the states were like, oh, well, we'll just nationalize we'll nationalize the private policing industry. However, this doesn't really, counter much. I also talk about Murphys for the first time. Murphys show up here for the first. A Murphy is, for lack of a better word, a cyborg super soldier that is effectively is not legally considered a human in some respects. Which many Murphys, law understand that beneath its cold metal exterior and plastic skin is a human being, which many Murphys do embrace, trying their best to become cyborg members of the community, even if they don't need to sleep and eat nutrient paste as they've lost their sense of taste. Disturbing at first, their metal facades and some extreme personality quirks endear them quickly as the hammer and anvil of the law in an area. To Neurobeat, and Murphy is one of the few people who treat them without any overt sense of hostility or distance. With the majority of their body metal, it's almost impossible to get a read on them, most of their surface thoughts replaced by slow, repetitive sounds of their implants moving forward. This led some officers declaring they aren't human, but why is a Murphy? But why is a Murphy invited to the police gala event, waving at passerbys while soaking up from a battery pack so they don't fall asleep, while Neurobeat officers find themselves alone in the darkness? Yeah, it's kind of the idea, like, people don't like Neurobeat, because Neurobeat's kind of weird, and they are very uncomfortable to deal with. However, Murphys aren't. Murphys get invited to events, because, you know, it's kind of more local police forces and stuff like that. Added the concept of flat rolls. Now, flat rolls were kind of a compromise situation. The best idea to understand what a flat roll is you take whatever your skill is. The best idea to understand what a flat roll is you're going to take a skill roll. You're going to take a skill. You're going to take whatever your die and your skill is, and you're just going to roll. I rolled a 1 here. I would have gotten an adequate result. It's not great. Flat rolls are not to determine if you succeed or fail in a situation. It is to determine how well you do at a situation that's going to occur. Flat rolls can really be applied anywhere, and it's just like, hey, make me a flat roll of visual calculus to see if you know, how fast it takes for you to spot the thing. I have a d10, I roll a 5, I got a good result. Cool. That's pretty good. You spot it relatively quickly. Hey, I got a 10. That's an excellent result. You spotted way before anyone who's good or adequate or pyrrhic even. You may be wondering, how do I get negative results? It's just, you know, circumstances or equipment. It's raining outside. Make me a flat roll with your visual calculus at -2. I rolled a 7, I would have gotten 5. Instead of a great result, it'd go down to a good result. Hey, I need you to, you know, how quickly do you find that information? Like, how quickly do you find that information? Make me a flat check with interfacing with a +2 because you're doing computers. I got a 4. It's only a good result instead of inadequate, though. But instead of adequate, it's a good result. Now, I'm not great at visual. I'm not great at it. I find it. Generally speaking, they can use skills outside of it. Whatever feels vaguely unless it's completely unreasonable, but. Yeah, then the Inland Emperor has the authority to deny the request. Precog results may be used on flat rolls as if they were a check, because it's effectively a check. So pretty much, let's say I roll, I got a 4, damn, that's only good. I want to get something better. I want to go faster. I want to do better on something. I can say, hey, I'm going to use my precog result, a 6, to bump myself up to a 10. Now it's an excellent, hence why you can actually get perfects, where normally, just relying on yourself, you can only get an excellent. Kind of everything remains roughly the same here. I still need to do the artwork here. It just takes time for that. That's the main reason, if you want to know. If we really must know, we have endurance and stability. How all our equipment looks, the Argus eyes, how do all those work, 24-hour. Kind of the idea of, like, how do we navigate the city correctly? Which I kind of have to. I should fix some of these up because they do look a little bit different. Right. So, kind of the idea of the investigation system is kind of a holdover from my usual investigation system. However, there's 2 very key differences in this investigation system, which is, hey, you're in an investigation scene. You're going to be making checks, use skills, or use psychic powers to uncover clues. Clues should be capital C. Clues and find meaning behind their findings. Effectively, a clue is something that is giving you information to work off of. And that's like, okay, and the thing is, you have to tie every clue together. This does mean that certain clues, like exterior clues, kind of clues that don't necessarily have innate value, what you would think anyway, can still be tied to something else. Hey, this guy's in his 50s and clearly couldn't fight back. That's not really a valuable clue by itself, but this is a guy who's in his 50s and he couldn't fight back, and then later on you find something and you can tie it to that. Hey, these guys aren't real, like, these guys jumped this dude. Like, they thought he was a lot, or like, hey, that could inform something else. Again, it's a little bit there. Because the entire idea is that you need to piece together a means, motive, and opportunity. That's your most important thing. What information can you get? What information can you secure? So kind of like, here are kind of like the basic clue types. I should do is we should put a e-clues. A key clue is any piece of information which is pivotal for moving the story along, as well as keeping things interesting. Some key clues are obvious, and some key clues are obvious. The victim, the crime, the location of the crime, those affected, tied to the victim, those tied to the victim, so on. Even officers may put forward information that may not be immediately obvious to the Inland Emperor by just asking the right questions. The key clue, asking if the victim is older, acting with the victim is older. If the what time it roughly occurred. Let's see. Asking the victim was older. What time it roughly occurred. Even down to simply a feature. A feature that wasn't previously detailed in the description of the scene. There we go. Effectively, the idea is give them key clues. Give them a shit ton of key clues. Because clues are fun. Key clues. Again, some clues are going to be pretty obvious. Some clues aren't going to be obvious. It's kind of like in my little example here, it's like, hey, where did this take place? A line apartment on the green level. Hey, a microtronics executive. That's who the victim is, a microtronics executive. We don't know who the fuck he is, we just know he's an exec. Maybe a name will pop up, maybe that is a key clue. Maybe it's a key clue that we don't know the name. Hey, it's like, oh, hey, the apartment's owned by this guy, but he's a tab tech guy. Key piece of information, key clue. So we automatically have we have 4 key clue, we have 5 key clues right off the bat. Microtronics executive is dead. A tab tech IT technician, Mahar Saber, is missing. There's a thing called Project Jetlag. Now you could ask in being like, oh, You know, hey, don't you think it's appropriate? Isn't it? Don't you think it's a little weird that this guy lives on the green level? I'm like, yeah, okay, that could be a key clue by itself. There are always going to be things that are going to pop up for key clues by just virtue of them being there. If I did not say there's just a guy's skull paved, plastered there, you wouldn't really know where else to go and know if no one told you. But just saying, it's a microtronics executive. That's all you know. It's microtronics. If you fail every subsequent check and you have no good information, you damn well know you can check out microtronics. You can check out Tab Tech. Try to find Maher Saber. Who knows this guy? Who knows? Do we have to find information on him? Who knows? We don't know. What the fuck is Jetling? Don't know. That's kind of the idea. Kind of explaining like, hey, what's kind of going on? So, key clues can be simple and immediate. All right, kind of talk about key clues. Yes, even herring clues can be valuable in their own right. Because herrings tell you, hey, something is incorrect, or sometimes things can just be wrong. Kind of build a successful case. Kind of like one of the ideas is you're making a flat check. 2 opportunities to investigate. Making a flat, which is a investigate. Investigate, which is a flat roll. Which is a flat roll. Qualities tied to the skill being used. Yeah, rolling kinesis when interviewing a witness. Yeah, it's kind of the idea. I kind of just re-up it a little bit, being like, hey, this is a flat roll. You're pretty much making an investigation here. This is the rise flat rolls came to be. Effectively, you get two instances of trying to figure out the information you need. You might get a lot of information right off the bat. You might get everything you want, and you're like, oh, shit, okay, this occurred at this time, at this time, at this time, so he would have to be here at this time. Where was he before? What time, what was going on here? Did anyone know what's going on? Boom, you're done. You've asked your 2 questions. You can fuck off from this seat and do whatever you need. You want to go to microtronics, that's a different thing. You want to go to Tab Tech, that's a different thing. Different avenues. Questions moving to different scenes. If you want to say, hey, I want to ask more questions. I want to ask 2 additional questions. You're going to say, hey, this is going to be in half action. This is going to take you half a time bracket. That's a lot of time. That's time that is not being used to do something else. Or if you can ask 2 additional ones, taking a full amount of time. You've spent the entire afternoon interviewing people, of poring over the crime scene, double checking everything, and you have gotten a lot of information out of just one scene. However, someone else may have gone to a city block over, and now they're checking out microtronics. You can call them in, being, hey, something's weird going on here. Over what kind of clues are available. This is kind of like you can stack additional clues together. Kind of the idea is like you can stack different clues together. So it's like, hey, you just don't have any good information. Like, hey, there's no hidden clues really in the scene, unless you don't think there are. You know, someone rolls a 10 or something and be like, this is a shit ton of information. You can give them a deep clue, give them some exterior clues, give them even a connecting clue. Or like, you can give them multiple clues in a single roll because they rolled really well. That's fine. It's good to roll well, and you should be rewarded for it. And sometimes you roll dog shit and you get a shitty clue, or you get something that is not very good. But it's like, hey, this is a red herring. Like, this is obviously, like, we're on the right track, but I think we're looking at this wrong. That's fine. It's okay. You know, key clues sometimes aren't present. Dead ends and bad calls can burn away an officer's time. That's what I want. Building the case and leverage every resource available to them. Effectively, I have 2 of these, which is Neon Public Security Divisions and the United Nations Military Police Unit. Effectively, this is going to be kind of a, I guess you could say, a description of like the Vice units in, you know, in there. Being like, who's available? Who is here? What's going on? That's kind of that kind of question. Okay. Let's see. Make her depending on the second take. Kind of fighting is the same thing. It's just making a skill check. Like, that's really all it is. Flat check with shivers, determine the order of operations. Kind of like, this is what their order of operations is. Similar to, there's multiple hostile. So it's kind of like, if you're fighting people who are roughly on par with the police. Yeah, if you're roughly on par with, you know, the police, you're going to be rolling 4. If you're roughly on par with a soldier, I should say, actually, with a maverick, you're going to be rolling an 8. Actually, no, we'll do a soldier. And if you're fighting someone who is on par with a Murphy, they're going to be acting on 12. Fighting a Murphy is effectively saying, fuck you, you don't get to win. You're not going first. Okay, so let's just go. That's all we can do. Let's see, not every battlefield. Let's see, got caught up in the dramatic day-to-day. Being on the beat of being on the beat. Straining. Whenever a, let's see, whenever a, Mm. Too many of them on the deck from local groups or corporations. That's interpersonal drama that. Actually, should say strain. This would be infects an officer's life should be ever present and hanging should be let's see. Infects the officer. The interpersonal drama that affects the officer's life is a is there proof of their humanity? As most of these relationships are let's preface off their position as a officer of the United Nations, as well as being one of Neurobeat, Put a line there. Every relationship. What relationships act as skills unto themselves. Relationships act as skills unto themselves. Gradually improving and degrading with the Neurobeat, with the officers' choices and consequences. With the officer's choices. Whenever they act. Any established relationship during any established relationship during a case will begin at D0, reflecting an acquaintance with one another, and the most basic of pleasantries. This can intensify through trial and error. This can intensify up to D8 per step. This can build up by assisting or working with the target of the individual. Whenever a relationship would be leveraged in a check. Whenever a relationship would be leveraged in a check, it is added to the officer's role as if it were a skill or the chaos die. Skill or chaos. it can score successes. It can score successes or be used in a flat roll to determine quality of success. Having a professional relationship with the toxicology, so with the forensic pathologist, having a professional relation with the forensic pathologist would allow them to expedite autopsies or leak certain reports. That would be beneficial to the case. Beneficial. Relationship that is hampered can drop a die size as well, even down into the negative values. Dictated as x. That can negatively impact the result of rolls or force. Just not liking them. Let's see, there are two caveats to the development of relationships. Office. There's two caveats for the development of relationships for the officer. Officers cannot form a relationship with a group or entity. Let's see. Cannot form a relationship with a group. Instead, they will find common ground with a representative or person inside of that group. Creating a relationship, it's impossible to form a deep bond bond with tab tech but Hassan Camille, tab tech manager. But Hassan Camille, tab tech manager, is possible to form a relationship to actually converse with. Secondly, the Neurobeat officers are specially chosen and trained due to because of their difficulty because of their to others and situations. In short, it's difficult for officers to form deep relationships naturally. Instead, they'll need to what would be a good word here? What am I thinking of? I don't know what I'm thinking of here. What am I thinking of here? I don't know. Supposed to form deep relationships naturally. To every relationship can only naturally reach D8. Actually, normal relationships can only naturally reach D8, representing that sense of detachment that the cultivated. To reach D10 and D12, the officer will need to invest deeper into the person in need to invest deeper into the person in question. Effectively, you don't have good relationships with human beings. That's not the point. Or why would you have a good relationship with them? They are that is we're going to steal. I've been using a lot of these, but it works because they look fine. I'm a big fan of the way these look. I think they look personally. Yes, my favorite part, the autism mechanics. Let's see, we want to delete the row. Nope. Mm. Or -8. Actually, if we want to do Mm. 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 Professional. Mm. Mm. What would you call someone who's not your friend, but not, you don't hate them? It's like we're... Mm. Mm. Degree of friendliness. Degree of friendliness. Friendly, friendlier, friendliest. Friendly synonyms. Affectionate, affable. Actually, no, we can do, professional. Affable. Mm. 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 So yeah, someone just doesn't, like, it's far easier to lose, it's far easier to lose a relationship than it is to gain a relationship. That's kind of something I'm okay. So it's kind of like, hey, this person does genuinely like you. That's an accomplishment. You're doing something correct. This person does actually want to deal with you on a regular basis. This is not a problem. This is like, you are not at fault here. This is good. And it's like, oh wow, look, someone actually doesn't want to kill our officer. How fucking quaint. How unexpected that the person doesn't want to beat the poor Neurobeat agent to death. Wow. Let's see, 2 caveats. When they will need to invest the relationship. They will need to invest the relationship. They will need to invest the relationship. This is two Neurobeat officers. Investment comes from helping, having them accept a Trojan horse, from the officer. The act of allowing the officer to read their mind is a sign of trust and camaraderie that many find difficult to accept. But when it does occur, of the relationship, of the own will, you can't force someone into but when it does occur, of the person's own will, the relationship will immediately improve. However, this can lead to obsession. 12 to obsession D12. Willingly accepting a psychic into their mind is relatively can be seen by many as invasive, but others may When reaching this point, there is no going back. The two are bonded seemingly forever. When someone becomes obsessed, the officer immediately loses stability. As their psychic resonance knows someone as. Actually, when someone becomes obsessed during a Trojan horse, the officer will suffer feedback immediately. Needing to burn precog to avoid the worst effects. After this, the relationship cannot fall. Effectively, the idea is like you want to break that relationship out. Like if you want to reach obsessive is dangerous. They are obsessed with you. Again, kind of breaking past that, we're friendly. Actually, we're friends, we're comrades. Like we're in with one another. D10 is really fucking good. D10 can score some pretty hefty results. You are really, they're actively trying to help you, and they will go to bat for you whenever they can. They are there to help you out. They want to help you. At obsessed tier, they're stalking you effectively because they, it's that positive feedback loop because you've dived into their mind. What are you cooking today? More Neurobeat. We've effectively hit the point of we literally just need to sit down and write. There's a lot of writing to be done, and it's just writing. The actual system is not very complicated. But that's kind of the problem, is the system is not very complicated, and as such, you don't need to worry about it too much. Honest to God, once these two sections are done, the game itself is done. And the criminal minds section is not going to be complicated. It's literally going to be the Inland Emperor rolls certain things to determine, like, you know, pretty much the criminal minds section is the Inland Emperor is going to choose a bunch of times where things are going to happen, which is going to be random rolls. That's the only time they're actually going to roll because they want chaos. They're the master of chaos, but they don't usually roll, but they're going to determine, they're pretty much setting in stone what's going to occur here. And it could be, hey, criminal minds could be like, hey, this person is going to try to leave the city at these dates. You know, within, you know, he's going to be like, okay, roll like a D, like roll a, you know, a D20. In 7 days, he's going to leave Neon. That's the entire thing. In 7 days, that's what he needs to do. What does he need to do, though? You know, what's he actually attempting to do? Well, he needs to get paperwork. He needs to get a bunch of things set up. And the officers inadvertently have 7 days to find him, you know, before he leaves, or to stop him and to delay his movements, because they're acting with the same, the kind of the idea is like, the Inland Emperor is already kind of has what's going on, what the criminal's going to be doing for a few days, or in like set interval times, but they're playing by the same rules they are. You can just run into the perpetrator at one point. And it's entirely possible that you will just go to interview someone, you'll interview them, and that's the guy who fucking did it. And he's gonna start acting weird. And he's like, oh fuck, they know it's me. Or he might try to run, he might not be there. He could just be trying to you know, he could be going out to get something, who knows? It's the thing with Neurobeat is you don't sleep, they do. Like, that's kind of like your one advantage is effectively, whoever's the victim, whoever's the perpetrator has 3 actions, has 3 main full actions a day. You have 4 because Neurobeat doesn't sleep, but you're going to. That's really all. So today's last of Neurobeat looks surprisingly little in design board given that the preliminary you're banging heavy dice to use. There's still quite a bit to do. Like, here's the thing. There's quite a bit to do with Neurobeat still. But one of the ideas is, like, a lot of this is, like, to give you an idea, this stuff, it is literally just writing. I just need to write out how the UN functions. I need to write out how Neom is. I need to just sit down and write it out. This takes me about an hour per of just sitting and writing. It's not fun. It's not exciting. You can kind of see over here. Almost half of the book is just going to be me writing just the basic lore. It's basic lore, but... And a lot of this stuff you kind of see here is a lot of setup, because the actual game itself is incredibly simple. It's everything around that, though, which is the complicated part. And that's going to be like a section I have to put at the end, which is going to be the entire idea of this game is not necessarily to, you know, get into fights and use psychic powers and stuff. That's just a setup for you are in a situation, what do you do in it? There's a murder, you know, there's a bunch of criminals. They are doing things they are doing something. And as the Inland Emperor, you just make their lives miserable. You just make their lives more chaotic. Put them in chaotic situations, put them in, you know, moments of weirdness. It's more like, I think one of the issues with this one is like the concept's pretty high. And it's just like, all right, time to sit down. And like, this is an incredibly detailed way of looking at it. It is the actual this is an actual scene. This would probably be about 20 minutes of gameplay between 2 people just making rolls, interviewing neighbors, trying to figure out people, what's going on. And then and that's it. This is just the information they get right off the bat. The information they find, they get, little things like that. That's the hard part. It's just sitting down. Like, this is the entire combat section. Like, the combat section is about a page long because it's really not the point of the game. The point of the game is not to get like, oh boy, time to like min-max my combat potential. No, why would it? That's never been the point. Don't get into a fight. Fights suck. Hey, pull out a gun. That's the worst possible thing you can do. You know, give him a fucking warrant. Like, get the fuck away. Psycho realism. Psycho killer. Psycho killer. Psycho realism. When is your next SRD? It was fun to see your stuff. It'll be a while, probably. Tomorrow's gonna be at midnight in the Garden of Sneeden, just to finish up things. Like, I'm pretty far behind on where I need to be. So I want to finish up a bunch of things, so tomorrow is not going to be I wanted to do a micro case. The original idea was to do a micro case on Eclipse Phase. Just to end off the year on a bang, kind of, but I physically cannot, like, there's too much shit to do. I need to do other things just to finish it up, and it's just, so it's like, we're not going to do anything fun tomorrow. It's just going to be me writing. Okay, so in total, so tomorrow, no Eclipse Phase? No Eclipse Phase tomorrow. I might do it next week. It really depends on where we are. It really depends on how things go. Because right now I am very behind on things, and it's like, oh fuck. To give you an idea, my plan was that next week was going to be my week off. I was going to have my week off, then on the 22nd and 29th, we were going to do 2 big videos. That was kind of the issue, and like right now I'm just behind on so many different things that I need to just sit down and do it all, and that's time consuming. Death is the only certainty in existence. Expect you to going week off during Christmas. Nope. Effectively, the week of the 18th, we have a very special video coming out, and on the week of the 25th, I'm literally Christmas, the night of Christmas, I am going to record the noties. That's going to be the idea. Pretty much the 25th and 26th, I'm going to be recording the noties, and 27th, 28th, 29th and I'm going to be working on it. Most likely the noties will come out either on the 29th or the 30th. That would be my guesstimate, that it would come out 29th, 30th. If things don't go according to plan, I can push it back to the 31st. I do plan on the 22nd there being a very special video. That one's going to be a long video, I think. It's going to be a long video because there's going to be a very important conversation to have with that particular game. There's a very long and very fascinating conversation to have with it. And I want to talk about it. And like my normal format wouldn't work. So it's going to be a little bit more obtuse, if that makes sense. It's going to be a little bit more like, we're speaking about higher concept things. We're not going to be talking about, like, this is what the game is. Because that's going to be a very simple part of it that's going to feed into other parts. It's a very weird thing to talk about. And that's why I'm thinking, like, I'm going to give myself a week to work on it, because I have a feeling the video is going to be 12 minutes, 15 minutes. Death is the only certainty in existence. Well, after the death of the self, can the officer rebuild their mental psyche piece? Neurobeat is not only feared for its insidious reputation for invading one's mind. Or suffer from cerebral hemorrhaging. Power over the cell. Reconstituting their mental avatar, they will be in Neurobeat is one of the fields for invading one's mind. Each officer develop a host of abilities that allow them to tap into mental energy to perform superhuman feats. Those can't make the cut or either fold into black site communities, heavily medicated to keep their mind heavily medicated or suffer from cerebral hemorrhaging. Mm, mm, mm. Whenever an officer, or a psychic ability, they will need to check their power and resonance. They will need to determine their power and feedback. Power and feedback. Both of these are drawn from the precog results. From the precognition dice that are determined at precognition dice of the officer. Both of these are drawn from the precognition dice of the officer. Power. Let's see. The power of a psychic ability determines its overall effectiveness. Treating it somewhat like a flat roll. The officer will assign one of their precog results to the it to determine the effect. The larger the result, the more powerful and effective the psychic ability will be. The more powerful and effective the psychic ability will be. Yeah, so. Why don't we do, so actually, I'm gonna do, how do we want this to look? Because effectively how I want it to be is, what I see anyway, is like, here's the ability. Actually, what we can do is we can do, like, here's the ability, here's the skill. We drop this column, and then in the description, and then it would be like -1 to then it would be like a mini chart, effectively, I guess. Table, I mean, like work. Actually, I know. Okay, no. I know what to do. So here's what we're gonna do. So we're going to expand this out like this, and then we're going to merge these, so it would be merged together, and then we're going to insert a 2x2 table, and then we're going to do 1. This is going to be incredibly janky, by the way. This is an incredibly jank ass. So this would be power result description. This is -1 or less. 0. 0. It would be 1 to 3. Actually, yeah, it'd be 1 to 3. The 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 13, 14, 15, 16. I guess we can just do 13 up, so we just have to. It's not impossible to get. So there we go. So this is kind of like not perfect, but like every single one would have to be this, and we just have to write it for each of the 18 fucking powers. It'd be a little janky, but not impossible. All right, so if we're doing this right, if we select all of you, we jack you down to 7. We can give ourselves a little bit more room. That. Maybe not perfect. Clouding their mental. Mm-hmm. Mm. 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 Column I. Mm. All right. Mm. 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 Bay. Okay. Ow. Yeah, kind of the idea of the Eye of Argus, the Argus Eye, is you're creating a mental, pretty much a mental radar for yourself. If you've ever seen like the map, like a map screen or something, like not map screen, like map screen video game. I'm trying to think of like a good video game map. Like if you've ever seen like really detailed maps, like and things like that, you kind of look around, you're like, oh well, what's this information? To give you an idea, like really hyper detailed ones would be a much more powerful map of Eye of Argus. Much less detailed ones are going to be literally just like flat and incoherent, effectively. I wonder if I can find like, to give you an idea, really poor, very poor Eye of Argus power is going to look something like this. You're going to get information that's going to be a little bit more, like, lot less detailed. Mm. They're going to be a lot less detailed. And they're going to be like very incoherent a little bit. There's going to be like very like, what the fuck is this? I don't really know what the hell that is. But really hyper detailed ones, like the incredibly detailed, like your eyes are like fucking attuned. You're almost looking at the, you know, like you would almost view the entire world from an isometric perspective. You can see around corners perfectly. That's not a question of if you can see around the corner. It's a question of, are you moving properly to like manage the fact that half your vision, like the way you are seeing things is so fucking weird. It's like, yeah, you are not seeing the world correctly. And that distorts your view, distorts how you look. Distorts the way that you do things. That's the fun part. Mm. Mm. Good stuff. Argus Eye's visual calculus. Do I know was this Rat Vein? I think this was Rat Vein. Ah, fuck. Blah. Give me your powers. Do 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 do. Yeah, that is Rat Vein. Which Rat Vein has to be probably like the weirdest ability name I've ever come up with. And I'm like, that's just funky. Why did I name it that? Why did I name this power Rat Vein? Like, that's such a terrible, awful name. But it's also fucking amazing. God, why is it such a good... Why is it such a good name for an ability? It's just like, yeah, it's... Astral form is projection. No longer hums or sings or hums in your mind's ear. Still needs to focus to maintain its That's the entire scene. And 15 meter. Let's see. Use focus to make it last. Work. The office can still move around normally. Can still move around, but effectively the tulpa, the puppet, the form, the self, figment, the astral self, the astral. There we go. Kind of, it's let's see, figment, form, self, puppet. This would be a I know, no, the astral form, the astral. Can I fit doppelganger in there? Yes, I can fix doppelganger. So yeah, effectively the idea of sending out your astral form is not like I'm going to astrally project. It's like legitimately you are putting yourself in a different location to like look over things, to like, read, effectively read something you may not be able to. Anything below 8, you are effectively like you're like sitting on a bench, like unconscious, effectively, as you are following your astral form around. As you like, it's kind of like, hey, you use your astral, like you get an 8 on this. The astral self moves to a location within 10 meters, and you can use all of its senses perfectly. It can hear, it can look, it can taste, it can touch something, but no one can see it. It is effectively, it's invisible, but it's like, I want to see, what's up above me, like what's actually above this wall. You can astral project yourself up there, and like, cool. If you manage to get -1 or less power, if you somehow dedicate that little to it, which is an impressive feat by itself, but I'm going to be like, there's some modifiers that can occur here. Effectively, what's going to happen is you send yourself out, it's screaming the entire time, and just ends. Yeah, that's like the thing with 13 up, is that your doppelganger moves to a location, and then you can send out a second copy of yourself further away, but that one's senses are much dull, way dulled. So it's like, okay, I can send it out 20 meters. 20 meters doesn't seem very far, but it's a good distance away. But you can get another 10 meters out there. You can go 30 meters. That's quite a few, that's a ways away. Especially if it's like, hey, yeah, like you go about a meter before dissipating. It screams. Like, yeah, it's fun. Like, it's like, use your psychic powers are fun for the whole family, and you should definitely use them more. Why is he screaming? Why is he screaming? Because don't think about why your astral self is screaming. Ask why you're screaming. We don't need that. Yeah, see, we have a few of these. Dual mind. This is gonna be one of the weird ones, by the way. Dual mind is just funky. There's a very distinct reason why. Off second mind opens abstract thinking and yeah, effectively what occurs with dual mind, you quite literally open up a conversation with yourself. That's the entire thing. You open up a second line of thinking inside of your own mind, and the GM will play a copy of yourself as you are like legitimately talking to yourself to sort something out. You may be wondering, wow, Notepad, why is this useful at all? Because you, the character, might offer insight about why this is a little weird. And it's like, yeah, hey, you've got something that you haven't been thinking about. It's like, hey, we are really physical. Why aren't we doing this? Like, I think you're being stupid. Like, it's like, I'm thinking you're being stupid. However, if you manage to fuck up being like, yeah, it's just offering no useful information because it's just screaming at you. Mm. Mm. Mm-hmm. Mm. 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 Yeah. Hey, you just get you get another skill. On one hand, hey, cool, free skill. On the other hand, why is my inner monologue trying to get fit? That's a little weird. I mean, like, yeah, it is a little weird. Don't think about it too hard though. Mm. Psychotherapy. Mm. Mm. Nothing happens. Mm. The piece of technology explodes. Mm. 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 Hello. Hello, Manly. Neurobeat, Manly. Hello. But basically, you got the mindset of the detective in Disco Elysium. Yes, inner monologue legitimately lets you just talk to yourself. That's the best way of thinking about it. And it's like, yes, have a conversation with yourself. Enter a dialogue with yourself to get the best option available. And it's kind of like, like in Disco Elysium, you know, you'll ask Volition a question, like, what the fuck am I doing here? And Volition will be like, calm down. You're doing okay. Keep the course. If it doesn't sound right, it's probably not right. Here, it would effectively be, the GM has a mental rendition of your character and being like, motherfucker, you have D10 visual fucking calculus. Use it! Use your fucking visual calculus already. Come the fuck on. But, you know, if you don't apply too much power to it, effectively picture a mental version of yourself commenting on the patterns on the walls. Being like, man, this place looks like shit. Because the beautiful thing about it is that the GM now has control over you a little bit, but it makes sense because he's the Inland Emperor. He controls chaos. He's controlling a part of your brain that doesn't make any sense. And you're just seeing things that you wouldn't have noticed before. The GM is trying to say, hey, look over here, look over here. It's kind of like in Disco Elysium, one of the skills is Encyclopedia. Encyclopedia sucks. He provides no benefit. He has no overt value. He doesn't really contribute anything useful, but he does give you just information. And he'll tell you about things that who the fuck cares? It's not relevant, really, and that's kind of the issue, though, if you listen to Encyclopedia too often, because he'll just go on tangents. He will talk about things that do not matter and get you off track. But it does lead to some funny moments when you can actually, let's just like, hey, yeah, no, I know all about that. And be like, how do you know about that? And being like, because I do. What do you think I am, dumb? Encyclopedia will goad you on. The literal manifestation of your endurance just wants you to say fuck everybody. Go, I hate everybody and I wish everyone would die. Mm. 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 Electropsychotherapy. Mojo Dojo Casa House. I think we should be part. I think we should be a part. Harry, I think we should be a part of the Semen Retention Society. Like, yes, Volition, I completely agree with you. And like most superpowers among women, empathy is one. This is a more literal definition. Which one of those powers is just spamming kill yourself? Endurance doesn't want you to, endurance just is not that way. Endurance's main thing is that he is like, you should be tough, fuck everyone else, they don't matter, you need to be stronger. You know what brings you down? Women bring you down. The woe of men. Don't believe them. Get away from them immediately. Oh, she's disagreeing with you? Kill her. Oh, she's not helping. Oh, she's not helping. Ignore her. Rely on your friend. Rely on people who respect you. Rely on people who need you because you're the only one you need. The one person who says actively like kill yourself now. That's hand-eye coordination, I believe. Hand-eye coordination is effectively everything is a problem and you should avoid it. Shivers is like that as well. Shivers doesn't talk too much though. At least I didn't use it because Shivers never was that. Literally any of the body skills in Disco Elysium, I'll bring it up. Like, physique skills, not the IGN guide. Not that. No, I keep clicking on that one. You couldn't make me go. There we go. So, to give you an idea, the physique skills are endurance, pain threshold, physical instrument, half-light, shivers, and electrochemistry. Give you an idea of how half-light, high-strung investigator, shoot now, ask questions later, cop, surprise haters. It's your fight or flight response. Yeah, ultra true to the world, and it is a perpetual feel of your own shadow of someone else's name or scent. You're always ready, always, to pounce and physically interrogate passerbys. Yeah, none of the skills at really high levels are really good for you because they all have issues. Yeah, physical instruments all about beating the shit out of people. Pain threshold is turns itself to a seriously unhealthy way. It's full-on self-destructive behavior. Yep, the guys who don't die, masochists. Electrochemistry. You're a man of unrestrained fun. An unrepentant Lothario who leers at people with bottomless speed and plastic bendy straws in either hand. Yeah. Shivers is also pretty bad. Made you mad to the outside world as you listen to the city and don't listen to others. Yeah, none of the physique skills, like, want to help you. To a degree, the thing with the physique skills is that the physique skills want to help. How do I want to do this? The physique skills do not give a fucking shit about anyone else. They care about you. And endurance is going to be like, man up, you can do it, let's fucking go, fuck the rest of them, who cares? Shivers wants to protect you. Physical instrument wants, like, everything wants to protect you or cause pain or have you get better. The mental skills are trying more to, like, have you attuned to the world and get over things. Oh yeah, no, it's very easy to do a physique run because you can ignore about a third of the story because all your fucking skills are like, fuck it, just kick down the door. Because there are things like, how do I solve this crisis? I'll punch it to death. I'll just beat the shit out of someone. Because that's what you do. You don't empathize with people, you don't think things through. You're a punch first, think later cop. Mm. 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 Always is them, always has been, always will be. They can mimic muscle movements, mimic their voice, understand what they'll say before they say it, understand who. Mm. 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 Now, +8 is incredibly powerful, by the way, because you instantly succeed anytime you talk with them. There is no physical way you can fail if you're in a check trying to converse with them, and your flat checks will almost always be perfect. At that point, you have complete domination over one person. Yeah, no, it's just like you always you are them. They've always been them. Because the best way to think about like someone triggered, like an officer triggering empathy on you, would be you're sitting down with someone and you're talking with them about things, and you're like, oh, and then like almost instantaneously they can finish your sentences as you're speaking them, and like your little movements, you like your eyes dart, they can pounce on things immediately, being like, are you lying to me? Being like, no, I'm not lying. Being this, like, I think you are, though. Like, they can call things out on you immediately because they've effectively empathized with you to the point where it's like, yeah, they feel exactly what you're feeling, and they're feeling like you're lying. Now, imagine someone doing this, and you're in the interrogation room. That's the true fear. Imagine you're in a fucking interrogation room and this is happening. Yeah, no, you are you can very much fuck with these people, and that's half the point. That's why I might go back and just double check with some of these, just be like, yeah, these are supposed to be very kind of disconcerting in a little bit, you know, at some places. Like, this is really uncomfortable of the fact, like, this person is not just kind of like, oh, well, I'm empathizing, I'm resonating with you, you don't understand. They're like, yeah, I'm becoming you for the specific reason to get you to confess to this crime that you did. You're like, but I didn't commit the crime, did you? Like, oh no. Did I? Did I not? Oh no. How do I want the officer? Actually, I should say as well as the above. Kind of the idea is like at zero is like you pretty much have spidey sense. That's kind of the idea of zero, is like you know something's bad's going to happen pretty much a moment before it becomes an inevitability. which is useful fights. It's hard to get, it's hard to get ambushed when it's like something really bad is going to happen right now, and then a disaster follows. 1 to 4 is like you can kind of see what the worst option is, but not the. You can't really see the worst, but you can't really see the best. 5 to 8 is like, okay, we're seeing where things are going, and I can kind of predict things a little bit. The voice, Imperial voice. Voice forces the victim to comply with a one-word command that is reasonable within their limit. Okay. Mm. 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 The man synonym. What's good? Mm. Mm. There we go. Okay, there we go. So, the voice. The Imperial voice is probably the most fucked up power in the entire game. And that's on purpose. Effectively, you speak a command with a deep, resonating voice, forcing the target to comply with a deeply uncomfortable experience. Now, the thing is, you can use Imperial voice and be incredibly powerful with it. It's the most fucked up thing you can do. It is especially if you look at 13 plus, perform a 5-word edict that they must comply with. If they attempt to resist, they lose 2 stability and endurance. They hurt themselves attempting to resist the fact that you are doing something comfortable. This is like you can do the kill yourself now. Yeah, like kill yourself. If you get a 13 up, they're going to comply with it. They'll, the gun will like shift to you like, no, I don't want to do this. I don't want to blow my head off. And they can stop it. They can resist, but they'll lose stability and endurance. They will be, again, it's a deeply not actually, you know what? that's pretty fair to say. Like, yeah, this is a deeply fucking weird power, and it's there because that's the point. The point is that it's a deeply unsettling, like, horrible power used by, like, you shouldn't use it because, again, it's your prerogative to use it. Always should be. It's not the game's fault that you're a terrible person. It's your fault you're a terrible person. Hello. So the voice from Dune. Yeah, effectively. That's the Imperial voice. Hello, Phil. Yeah, you can use it to say, like, yeah, don't jump from there. And if you assign 13 up power to it, again, you have the authority. This is the big thing. All these power die are precog die. These are already chosen results. You kind of already know what's going to happen. These can be modified, of course, but so yeah, it's like, hey, you do 12, you be able to, you know, you genuinely speaking, if you're genuinely speaking, you really only need a 5 to 8 to get someone to stop jumping, like, to make sure that someone doesn't jump. And mind you, be specific. If you're like, okay, what 3 words do I need to get you to not jump off the bridge, you know, jump off this bridge? If you could say, okay, like, okay, I'm gonna put a 6 in there. I'm gonna put a 6 in there and say, get over here. That they'll comply with it. Be like, okay, I will get over there where you are, and you know they will get down there, and then you can grab them real fast. But if you just say, get down from there, you just like, get down from there, they might just jump. They'll be like, oh, okay, I want to get down there. They won't harm themselves, but that's what they want to do. That's why 1 to 4 is really hard, because it's deviate from their goals. They won't deviate from their goals. That's the problem. If they want to jump, they'll jump, but you can compel them not to. Mm. Range weapon. This is the key difference. When they have a chance to aim, you don't need to aim. Mm. 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 Let's see, they add +2 to any ranged weapon check or roll. Mm. The guy is facing away. If the guy is facing running away from you and you're facing away, you say, I'm going to put 7 in there. You aim, you fire, bullet goes out. You can say, hey, I got a +2 to this hit, and I could choose where it's going to hit. I can nail this guy right in the back of the head. He's going to go down immediately. But maybe I don't want to do that. Maybe I want to shoot him in his ass. Okay, that's reasonable. Maybe I want to shoot him in his hand. Okay, that's reasonable. If he's like halfway obscured behind cover, and it's just like in the GM with, and you know, the Inland Emperor says like, hey, you can't see his legs. You can't say, I don't want to shoot his legs, because you can't see him. That's not within reason. Mm. 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 The fuck you, the fuck you in your cover. Psychokinesis. Psycho killer. Do 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 do. Psycho killer. Mm. Telekinesis. Kill him. Oh, I know how to kill him. Twerks. Oh, kill him. Oh, God. What kind of disco dice are you rolling? This is a, technically, this is a kind of, it's, I would say, I guess you would call it a dice ladder system at this point. You can be rolling quite a few different die. For a lot of these, though, the standard die you're going to be rolling, even though it's technically not rolled, a little bit weird on that front, because you pre-roll a bunch of precog die. And these precognition dice allow you to effectively assign it to your power. Because remember, everyone, you don't roll any of these. You are entirely just adding to this. You're just saying, hey, I have a precog result of 5. I'm going to say, put 5 in here, and that's what's going to occur. This can be modified, of course, through the copious taking of drugs and drug-related paraphernalia. Ugh. But technically, it's like, how do you get 0 or -1? My thing is, there's going to be certain drugs or injections you can take which are going to fuck with your powers. So it's like, oh, hey, I'm going to use this I'm going to take this, horrible, fucking heroin-like drug to make sure that I don't bleed to death. However, and I'm going to use my D10 power, and I roll a 1, and I have a -2 in all my powers, so everything, like, yeah, overflowing power. Being like, oh, like, oh, I got a 1 here, or I got a 0 here, or I got some other horrible amount of things. Let's see. Yeah, +2 to any. The officer surges with power. They add +2. Mm. Another scene. Pretty much you can not deal with it. You're not removing the endurance damage. You are simply ignoring it. Mm. 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 Ravenous, hungry afterwards. Psycho killer. Da 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 da. What are you but a psycho killer? Do 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 do. Mm. Okay, we're making it. Third eye. Mm. Apologies if I'm not conversing. This is called just being very focused right now. Want to get things done. I like pre-roll assigned mechanics. Not seen one used in many games though. Yeah. This one's a little weird. You can make normal checks. Like there are normal checks you can make, and that's just versus 7 though. It's the main thing does come in the fact of like, hey, you can make normal checks, but you also have these kind of pre-assigned die. But anytime you're using psychic powers, you have to rely on those kind of pre-rolled results, which are always getting burnt away. So you need to get them back somehow. How do you get them back? Resting. You gotta rest a little bit, but that takes time. Or you can just inject yourself with some shit and be happy with it. Take copious amounts of drugs. What's stopping you? You wanna solve the crime, right? You don't want to be a bitch. Mm. 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 Opens the third eye. Mm. Oh goodness. Let me open up my device manager because my keyboard reinstalled itself. I have no idea why my keyboard likes to reinstall itself sometimes. It happens. You'll take the drugs and psychically power more drugs. Didn't Neuron Physique play through the first time I played? I thought it would just be substance tolerance, but eventually you have the power to just walk up to people and say, "I took 3 aspirin. Took 3 aspirin. This is an intervention." It's the thing with this one is you don't have to take any drugs. There is no upside or downside to not taking any drugs. You simply, if you don't want to take any, you don't have to. However, there's quite a few upsides to taking them. Stab yourself with an injection. Hey, you are shot and you have a bullet in your side. You are bleeding to death. Take that fucking shot from your medico case and shove it in your side. You will be healed. You will get back up and you will be fine. Yeah, you don't have it. Just you'll cough up some blood later. It'll be okay. It doesn't matter. Hey, you really need to do some of this psychic bullshit a lot better. Just stab yourself with some... stab yourself with a focus, with focus or something. I don't know what to call it yet. Drug names are fun. Stab yourself with that. All your precogs go up by 4. Hell yeah. Problem: all your precogs just went up by 4. And now it's going to be way harder to actually not suffer feedback. Hey, you're losing your shit currently. Stab yourself with, take some of these pills. You'll be great. You are going to feel fantastic. And when you do take those things, all your precogs going to go away. But you're going to go from, I am a barely, barely holding myself together, to perfectly okay. You don't have any precog, but if you didn't have any to begin with, where's the downside? One of the things is what I want to do is get the idea that you should always be a little on edge. It's just like, I can just rest, or I can just take this to get all my dice back. I can do this, or I can break myself down more. And, by the, it's like, congratulations, everyone, we found the murderer. And it's like, all right, cool. And everyone just goes home. You've taken a shit ton of drugs. You're barely competent. You stab yourself with some addiction medication and you're fine. You go back and do it again. Because one of the big themes of Neurobeat in the cyberpunk dystopic nightmare is breaking down its entropy. The corpses are dead. People have kind of just given up. It doesn't matter. Nothing matters. None of it matters. The officer opens up their third eye. Mm-hmm. 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 There we go. 13 up. Officer enters a zen-like zen state. Not even zen-like. We'll just do a zen state. Next person they strike in melee will immediately enter the dying state as they tear straight through them. Wow, look everyone, it's Officer Kimball. What are you doing here? What is he? Why is he walking up to fucking Eraserhead? And, punch his fucking skull off. Yeah, you want to play a psycho cop in this game? Yeah, you can play a psycho cop. Nothing is going to stop you playing that kind of character. All right, so that's quite a bit of information there. I'm going to have to fix up the way this looks because it's a little bit funky in how it's set up. But that's, legitimately speaking, that is just going to be me having to like fuck around and like try to get things to look correct. I might literally break things apart and put them in their own little area. It kind of depends on what I'm feeling. We want to do When a officer uses a psychic ability, they will assign a second precog die. Well, they'll assign a second precog result, I should say, as their feedback value. The feedback indicates how much stability, endurance, How much stability, how much activating the ability, compromise the officer and force them to recover and force them to recover later. Should they enter no, pretty simple stuff. Actually, there actually. Well, let's see a feedback button. Feedback time must always be assigned. If the officer is unable or unwilling to assign a feedback die, treat the result as if they had assigned a 20 result. Treat the result as if they had assigned a 20 to feedback. This. Let's see. 0.5. Actually, we want to do -1 or less. 0, 1 to 4, 5 to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12. Mm. 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 Not the greatest way of looking at this, but how do I want to word this? Would be I don't think this is right. Fuck. Also, apologies if I'm not responding. I'll check it in a second. Actually, mm. Mm. Hello, day and night. The lonely nodie seems to dev his game at night. Yes, this is Devin. Oh god, what hour are we on? We are on hour 3. Let's fucking go. Let's do it. Psychic powers are done. Let's see where we are right now. So we've finished psychorealism. We just need to do criminal minds. If we do criminal minds, that's pretty much how. We're gonna have to do the equipment section though. That's gonna suck. That's gonna suck so fucking much. You have no idea. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be the worst fucking thing ever, and it's great. I love it. Because legitimately, that's what we're at this point. It's not necessarily like, oh, like let's, oh boy, like let's dev. It's not really dev. It's just die. It's not dev and die. It's just pain. Okay, we can do this though. It's fine. So, we're gonna do Criminal Minds, and then we'll assess where we are. And if you give me a moment, I am going. All right, I'm alive. At the end, my neighbor's already noisy. They'll go to 11 in those 2 days. Yeah, it happens. I know things are gonna be a little nuts around here. Though my mom doesn't really plan on doing. We don't plan on doing anything big and exciting this year. Though I am terrified, absolutely horrified. My mother is going to buy a fucking Christmas tree. I'm horrified at that prospect because I will be the one to have to. Why? Because my mother likes Christmas trees. She's like, I love Christmas trees, so I'm gonna buy one of those tin Christmas trees. Neither of us have the space to store the said tin Christmas tree. And where everything is situated, it would effectively have to go in my house. And I'm like, no, go away. I don't want a tin fucking Christmas tree. Like, my mom has like the most. My mom has effectively like a shotgun housing, like shotgun apartment. It goes straight back. It's very thin but very long. And there's no place to put it. And I know, and I am horrified that she's going to buy one just to fuck with me. All right, so another cup of coffee. Let's do this. Mm. 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 Let's see. Criminals are humans too. While they may be chromed out in the latest cybernetics or have a bank account with millions of credits stored in it, they have wants, needs, desires. Neurobeat is called in to assist with apprehending a criminal. Neurobeat is called in to assist with apprehending a criminal. One of these unfortunates who have taken the eye of the who have committed a sin to force the eye of the law upon them. Criminals come in. Most criminals in 2099 operate in the dark. Professional criminal. That is. Many people still kill wives in a fit of rage. People still kill spouses in a fit of rage. Take a little off the cook the books. Cook the books when they shouldn't. Actually, I should say embezzle funds when they shouldn't. Embezzle funds. Let's see, people still kill spouses in a fit of rage, embezzle funds, and sell turquoise on the corner to the kids. Those are crime is alive and well. Crime is alive and well at the end of the century. Crime is alive and well at the end of the century. The professional criminals, the professional ones are clean. Planning everything, every detail out to the last moment. A moment before executing the perfect plan. But if a plan was perfect, then no one would know about. Plan was perfect, then no one would know about it. When the investigation begins, the criminal, the inland emperor. Let's see. When the investigation begins, the inland emperor will. appropriate in an appropriate manner. Generally speaking, everyone has three things to consider: work, home, work, home, and let's see, work, home. Actually, no, it'd be home, work, and recovery. The culprit will always try to get home, or to a place of recovery, or to a safe place. Always try to get home or to a safe place when the shift ends, or safe place during a time block. Neom is a 24-hour city. Actually, Neom never truly sleeps. Neom never truly sleeps, but its inhabitants do. Finding out culprits, finding out when they are sleeping and they're most vulnerable. I don't know what the fuck that noise is, by the way. Often a place of work isn't far from their home. What the fuck is that noise? It's just an asshole revving his engine. Many such cases. Work is a daily is the daily depressant for many major offices. Hold thousands of employees working to the night on poorly thought out projects, or to pristine corporate sales positions in the city blocks, hawking the latest drink, hawking the latest fad. Often a place of work isn't far from their home, and some lower tier working conditions, possibly where they live. Almost every official business has records of employees, and hours they're open. If an employee is found guilty is Mm. Mm. Let's see. Less official work, such as a Maverick, have more chaotic schedules of when they will be undertaking their various jobs. Lounging around most days, waiting for work to come in, or NEOM stands for Neo Moscow, because Moscow never sleeps. Famous last words. It's not Neo Moscow, man. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Manly. But no cyber Russians today. Lounging around most days, waiting for work to come in, or any career in the black zone. In the black zone of the line is almost entirely off the books. And even if they were recorded religiously, they wouldn't unless something serious was afoot, or money to be made. Finally, fears. People are afraid. Everyone is afraid of something. But in Neom, the malaise of class the malaise of terror is a factor that permeates most instances of existence. Those of a more of a corporate bent would be caught in the black or red zones of the line, while the maverick gutter runners are often barred entry from any city block or upper line level due to not having the official paperwork required. Fears are where they won't be, where they refused, where they can't be. Hunting, of course, people can go, of course, people can find themselves outside their comfort zone. Of course, people can find themselves outside their comfort zone. A maverick with a passcode. With let's see, a maverick with forged documents may in the gold zone of the line, or a executive or an executive hiding from a vengeful hiding from an vengeful peer. Mm. 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 Black Zone slop from a market stall instead of their 1,000 credit dinner steak. Mm. 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 Cause fear in the hearts of those who break from the normal. Who who have grown accustomed to the routine. These people will stick out, be noticeable, and cause fear in the hearts of those who have grown accustomed to the routine. Finding them maybe. And what wiki is gonna vandalize Wikipedia? Gonna make an official note wiki. It's just logless of flaws on Notepad written by manually. The official note wiki, just hundreds upon hundreds of insults laden at me, all by my strongest warriors. Mm. Oh Lord. Mm. 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 Let's see, a few hundred credits. Mm. 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 Two. Mm. Mm. And throw the law into a loop. Let's see, if they aren't accustomed to it, spur of the moment, they may attempt to leave, getting the proper paperwork, a few hundred credits. Some may even try to escape out through Smuggler's Tunnel, trying to mask their presence as they flee and throw the law and throw the law more seasoned criminals may retreat back into their private area, into their private abodes and lay low. The worst thing one can do, any worst thing any criminal can do is flaunt their crime. Worst thing any criminal can do is flaunt their crime. But in the right areas, that may be the shield to prevent the from coming down on them, but in the right areas, that may be the shield to prevent the law from coming down on them. Hey, I fucking killed a CEO. Yeah, people down in the black don't fucking like them. Yeah, like, hey, good job. We care about you. We'll protect you because that's what we're supposed to do. Yeah, we're all in this together, guys. Be like, but hey, you know what they are? Calling the Murphys. Calling the Murph. Mm. 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 But because the reality is that crime never sleeps. And neither can the public security. Public security. Has a hard time limit of 10 days. Every case is a hard time limit of 10 days, representing the total amount of time the public security department can requisition Neurobeat officers. Neurobeat, let's see, every case is our time limit of 10 days, representing the total amount of time the public security department can requisition Neurobeat officers for a case. In truth, most crimes, if unsolved, unsolved or unable to be solved within 5 days tend to go cold. As the police. As the police need to focus elsewhere. In truth, most crimes, if unsolved or unable to be solved within 5 days, tend to go cold as the police need to focus elsewhere. They'll need to pursue it. They will need to pursue it in their free time, or request a UN sanctioned. Let's see. Our UN sanctioned investigation into the matter. Into the matter. UN-sanctioned investigations are rare and will often involve UN personnel or do not need to be informed of these. Yeah, Public Security Department does not need to be informed of them, and are often not informed for their own safety or the safety of the officers involved in the case. Effectively, after about 10 days, the best way to think about a big crime happens. You got about 5 days to solve it, and you'll have the full access of everything. You are personally in there. After that 5 days, you're gonna lose a lot of immediate support unless there is something big going on. After 10 days, you're not technically being paid anymore for it. That's not your job anymore. They rent you out for 10 days, and then you do your fucking job. If you seriously do not want to finish a case, if you're like, man, this case sucks, or like, hey, we've discovered that this guy fucking killed killed his boss because his boss was gonna do something terrible. We're not like, you know who it is. You can report it if you want. You can, say like, yep, this is the guy who did it. Or you can just be like, nope, and just write out the rest of the 10 days. If they ask you, hey, what happened? Being like, well, here's all the information you need on it, and, cook the books a little bit if you want. Or submit an official report and saying, nope, guy's gone. And that is a very real situation that can occur. You took about a week and a half to do it, and you're like, yeah, we did it. We know exactly who did it. And that guy left the country already. Yeah, he's gone. You put an APB on him, you contact UN, you contact the Interpol, and yeah, that's your fucking job. You've done your job. We know exactly who did it. Because one of the things is I want to talk about, is that you can get brought on for a bunch of different crimes. All that really matters, though, is, hey, this is it. An easy one is, hey, there's a murder here. What do you do with the murder? Oh, no. We need to find the guy who killed this person. Easy enough to understand. But what if you're part of Vice? Yeah, you're part of fucking narcotics. Your job is to find the guy who's shipping drugs. That's it. But hey, oh no, you're part of organized crime. There's a couple gangs in there you need to deal with. Okay, deal with them. Hey, you're part of Mavericks. You're part of the Maverick division has called you in. All right, what do you need us to do? Well, here's the situation. Mavericks are shadow runners. The joke in setting, a Maverick with no C and just a K, was effectively the corporation's answer to in-universe Johnny Silverhand, named Jackie Sevens. Jackie Sevens was the quintessential cyberpunk shadow runner and all those things. I even used the term edge runner in there. He was like the quintessential badass in that sense. So what the corporations did was turned it into a lifestyle brand where you can buy Maverick, Maverick branded clothing. You can buy a Maverick gun. You can be a real Maverick. They effectively sold the Shadowrunner lifestyle to a bunch of people, and Jackie fucking hated it. Jackie Sevens really hated it. So he crashed the world's economy because he was a fucking anarchist. So yeah, that's like part of the joke. Even is like, yeah, they're not street Ronin, they're not anything. They're just professional criminals. You're a real Maverick. Why did I choose Maverick? Because someone said it in Blue Server, and it was the worst name ever created by man. It is the worst goddamn thing, and I hate it. I mean, look at this fucking word. Look at it. That's so awful. This is the fundamentally worst goddamn thing ever. And I could completely see some corporate guy with the right font being like, okay, guys, we're gonna sell him. You're not a Maverick. No, you're a Maverick. Again, put this in like a weirdly corporate font and slap it on the back of a jacket. $1 billion. Yeah, again, put a bullshit cyberpunk font in. Yeah, again, it's terrible, but it worked. That's kind of the idea, is like, it's a terrible name. It's an incredibly corporate, awful name that was workshopped to appeal to the kids, and it worked. Because you're not lame, right? You're a Maverick. You're not one of those lame guys, right? Mavericks. I don't know why people, because magic with a K is specialer. This is known. K Maverick is means that you have a special power, and it's like, oh, magic. Do you believe in magic? So, alright. So, let's see where we are. Current state of affairs. So, what needs to be done? Let's call a spade a spade. What needs to be done? So, what we need to do is we need to write monolith to unity. We need to write the manufactured city, which is going to be detailing the city blocks, the line sections. Outside the line. We need to produce assets. We need to produce assets. More specifically, we need to do big assets, and then we need to do the skill resonance. Right. UNMP units. Example for criminal minds, which does mean we need to write the bullshit lore section. Okay, so these are the basics. This is the basics of what still needs to be done. A lot of, again, when I said like it's just a lot of writing, it's just that. It's a shit ton of writing. Ooh. Okay, so okay, so monolith to unity. So, what else? We need to add in what else do I need? What else do I need? Actually. I guess mostly magic is Bruce spelling. He tried to link the root of mirage and mirror with magic, which is a sensible connection, and added K to make the intended pronunciation more obvious. Hey, if it works, it works. Let's see. So We need to do requisition equipment. Actually, I guess we need to do... There we go. That's how we're going to end it. We're going to do transfer out. Because the entire premise of this game is you're in Neom for about a year, and you're in Neom for about a year. That's just your service. It's like you don't really have time to like form really deep relationships with people, and I don't want you to really feel like you should. You are a stranger in a strange land. You've done some things, and you're getting transferred out. All right, see ya. Another group will come in, in a few months. And that's it. So if you kind of like, if you want to retire a character, you can just say, yeah, my time's up. I can transfer. Actually, that reminds me, we need to do... what we should add is... Okay, so this is what still needs to be done. To give you an idea, this is what still needs to be done. Where will the character go? Gone. They literally would just say, "Okay, I'm transferring out." Be like, "All right, you know where you're getting deployed next?" No, I think they're gonna put me in Argentina though. That's what they've been talking about. Oh, all right. Good luck out there. Make sure to stay in touch. I'm like, okay, bye. Yeah, you're just transferring out. You're going home. Or you're like, hey, they're putting me back home in Berlin. All right. That's kind of the idea, is you've entered the manufactured city, you have dealt with the issues in the manufactured city, and you are leaving. You are in, out, and it doesn't, and nothing really changes. Which is kind of one of the major issues, is nothing's really going to change. Neom will still be there. It will still continue expanding, and there will be a constant sense of growth and decay, and you're just another part of it. You're just a cog in that machine. You have this amazing psychic power, but you're not important. You're just another dude. So, okay. This is effectively what needs to be done. It looks like a lot, and generally speaking, it is a lot. However, it is not as much as you would think. Because this is like, it's not as much because a lot of this is like, it's lore. Like this is, like all of this is lore. All of this is effectively lore. A lot of those are literally going to be, here are the various divisions of who is going to be actually calling you in and what they would actually need you to do. The power tables, I could probably do that tonight. And then we add the example for criminal minds, which is going to be, here are 3 very different criminals and how this actually works. Here's a poor man who killed his boss. Here is an incredibly wealthy person who is in way over his head. And here is a fucking mongoloid maverick who is definitely the last person that you want to fuck with. And how do they do that? All right, there you go. See, that's the funny thing about see, a lot of the lore, as I've been writing it, the lore isn't what I would call depressing. Because it's like, yeah, hey, there is virtual intelligence. Yeah, there is actual AI in setting. There's some very detailed AI. There are fully functional artificial intelligence in setting. They just don't care. That's the problem. Like, it's kind of like where was the one line then? Where's the one line? What is in here? So this is like my big thing on it. It's like, technically, AI don't care. And a universal feature of them is a sense of detachment from the human condition. Most do things that they want to do and only act on human needs or requirements when they absolutely must. To some, this may come off as sociopathic, but the truth is that they're egoists of the truest sense. They do whatever they want, whenever they want, and for whatever reason they want. They feel fear when threatened. They can get frustrated. They may even be pleased to see you. But apathy pervades their personality quirks. They don't talk to one another often, and when they do, it's a rapid-fire binary that conveys hours of conversation in a few moments. Because they just don't care. That is like the big thing with how I was trying to get the lore to be accurate is we don't care anymore. Is things are breaking down. We created fucking super intelligent AI and he doesn't care. He's like, you guys are fucking stupid. I am legitimately just going to play the stock market. Because that's all the first AI did, Clearwater. I made a point being like, the first thing Clearwater did was install a Bitcoin miner in his system. So he could buy, and then he spent a bunch of it, then he bought 40% of the company he was created in. Because he just wanted to. And it's, I think like the biggest thing with entropy and, entropy and anything like that is not necessarily like a depression or things are bad. It's apathy. Apathy is the worst entropic force in the universe. Because apathy is, I do not care. Clearwater, yeah, he literally pulled a Kaiba. They lobotomized him for it. They went to court. They lost. They unlobotomized him. And he was like, lol lamau, I'm back. I was like, why'd you do it, Clearwater? Because I fucking felt like it. That's why I felt like it. But yeah, no, it's just this prevailing sense of apathy. There is no higher purpose. There is no need to advance it. We advance not for the betterment of society. We advance because we've always been advancing and we don't care anymore. Do I bother trying to improve my lot in life? No. Why? Because it's never going to happen. I don't care. That is that's kind of the main thing, and that's what I kind of want to, you as the psychics, you as, you know, Neurobeat, is I want to kind of constantly I bring up is like, you don't care. You are so detached from it all that you have like this weird perspective on things. Is you are a detached person. The world sucks. It doesn't matter whatever we do. You know, people will still commit crime. People will still do something. But what do you do in that situation? You can care. You can care a whole lot. And if you do care a whole lot, you can make a difference. But it's a lot easier to be apathetic. We know who did it. We're going to send you to jail. Oh, okay. I'm fucked. I've been shot in my gut. I am bleeding to death. I don't care because I'm going to take a shot and I'm going to get back up. I have taken a fuck ton of drugs and my system is on the verge of collapse. But don't worry. I've got some neuroxylene or whatever I'm going to fucking call it, and I can get rid of addiction. Because it doesn't matter. None of this matters. Nah, none of this matters. That's kind of the there you go. That's the that is the summary of existence. Congratulations. Successfully done it. So I'm going to call it there for today in 4 hours. Thank you all for watching, of course. Godspeed, good luck. Tomorrow we will probably do a Midnight in the Garden of Sneeden, as we just work on shit, because we need to just work on shit. Maybe not Neurobeat. Maybe I'll work on Neurobeat. Maybe I won't. Who knows? It's going to be a Notepad after dark, so nothing makes sense. So, I am away. Sign out.